Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the final session of the preparatory course. I'm sure you will be happy to know that after this course, you'll all be prepared to take your exams. That is the Eshre certification course. Today, there is only one topic, but it's been divided into two parts, the laboratory and quality management. And the bulk of the part is going to be delivered by Professor Arne Sunden, dealing with various aspects of quality control. And I'll be talking about legislation and as the second part, the module 8.7 and 8.8. And we'll talk more about it during the question and answer time if you have any more answers, any questions that you need answered. I'll now welcome Dr. Kuldeep Jain and hand over the platform to him to conduct the rest of the day's activities. Dr. Kuldeep Jain, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jayant. I welcome all of you again, and this is the last day of our course. I hope you have all enjoyed the previous lectures. Today, there are two important talks, as Dr. Jayant has already highlighted, and these talks are important because of two reasons. One is, as an embryologist, whatever you do, until unless you keep your data up to date and ready, you cannot analyze your result. So that is very, very important. Second thing is quality management in your lab. That is again very, very important to screen your data, screen your results, and how to improve the overall outcome. So both talks, they are very, very important for your clinical use as well as for your exam purpose. And first talk will be by Professor Arne. He is now well known to all of you, so I will not waste much time introducing him again. So I welcome Professor Arne to deliver his first talk. Second talk will be taken up by Dr. Jayant, and that will include the legislation also, along with the quality management and how to avoid this. So, Professor Arne.
Thank you. I hope you can see my slide. There was some technical issues here. I hope you can hear me and see me. I would be happy to be in India, which would be the normal situation now, but instead I'm sitting on the coast of Norway with the Atlantic Ocean 20 meters away. So that's life currently. My CV, what's relevant for you now is I've been working in the IFS lab for many, many years, but that's always since sort of the start of IVF.
Arne, sorry to interrupt, we can't see your slides.
You can't?
No.
My computer is
Any issue? I think what you can do, you can mail your presentation to Rajesh, so he can.
But let's try again.
Okay, try. Okay, you're on.
Good. It's my computer has had
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So we essentially covering point 8 in the curriculum together with Dr. Jayant and myself. So except for 8.2, type and treatment choices, which has been covered by previous lectures, Jayant and myself will cover the rest of it. And from my perspective, essentially what we're dealing with all through the section 8 of the curriculum is quality control and quality assurance. So I'm going to talk about quality management, or I rather call it total quality management. So my background is that I came from a fertility clinic that was ISO certified, still ISO certified. And I have to sort of declare already that I'm a believer. This is part religion, but I'm a believer in quality management. It's worth the efforts. So I'll take you through a few things. Not all of it, that will take a week, but a few things. So first of all, is that there's two important aspects of total quality management. One is the technicalities, standard operating procedures, documentation, traceability, and all, which is written in the sort of the requisites to have a certification. Many people think that this is quality management, but in my perspective, this is technicalities. The real goal for the whole thing is to develop a quality management culture, so which is part of your group's identity. So that is what you're trying to get to. And you've seen many aspects of these little one. You start with the planning, and then you do things, and then you check that you've done what you planned, and then you revise your acts and what you want to do according to what you have learned of deviations. So, and this is, you never stop doing this. I mean, many people think that when you have getting your ISO certification, then you're done. No, that's just the first part of it. You have to continuously do the same thing over and over again. Your deviations are getting smaller and smaller. You're getting a better and better, but it takes years. You have to be. A second thing is that many people think that ISO certification or a formal certification is only for big corporations. Well, that's not true. I've talked with a guy that has this as he's traveling around checking and starting ISO certifications. So he's done that, of course, in big organizations, but also very small ones, all the way down to hot dog stands. And also, in fact, in parts of the world where illiteracy is quite dominant, so then you make your documents by pictures. So it's possible to do this in all types of organizations. It's a way of thinking. So building a quality culture, is that where you need to start? And this is the most important goal. As I said, technicalities is a tool. And if you succeed in building a quality culture, the rest is downhill. So, and that means involve everyone. I've seen labs who have hired people to make their quality control system. And once they were certified, these people left. And what you had behind was a pile of papers, but no one in the organization was familiar with them, had the sort of ownership to them. So they didn't build a quality culture. So you have to involve everyone. And as a leader, you have to listen to everyone. And even more importantly, maybe show that you listen and act accordingly as a leader. Building a quality culture takes time. It can be exhausting. There's nothing hiding here. It's tough. So it's, as again I said, it's easier to talk about technicalities, but don't forget that these are just tools. It's not the goal. So go into some of the requirements for total quality management. This is based on the ISO certification system. There are different ones, but ISO is quite prevalent. And ISO 9001, 2008, it's a very basic one. It's you can build on top of that more stringent certification system. So control of documents, that's a system for tracking documents. Standard operating procedures, letter, patient information, and so on. And control of records, that means that your clinical records must be complete. And concerning procedures, you have to, when it's done, it's going to be on date and time, who was the operator, which intensives was involved, what consumables were involved. And then, of course, assessments and decisions, who made them? When did you do them? This sounds like a big pile of paperwork, but once you build it into your system, you can do it through computers and systems are fairly easy to operate. And give you just one example, standard operating procedure, which is all of you need to have for every part of your activity. On that standard operating procedure, it must be written when it's done, who certified it, and when does it expire. A typical situation is that you revise the standard operating procedures, you print it out, and then you put it on top of the old ones. Sooner or later, some that picking up a standard operating procedure or a patient information is coming down into that pile to something that's outdated. And if you don't have that, when does it expire? Or when was it issued and when does it expire? You risk handing out, say, patient information that are years old. You need to have standard operating procedures for everything. Everything. They should be easily available. They must be updated, and systems for checking that the correct version is used. And in the beginning, that for us was an issue because we didn't remove the old versions. As we used paper versions. Now we have a system where if you print out a standard operating procedure, it's valid just for 2 weeks. So instead of having a pile of old versions in the lab, you need to have a document tracking and control system. I say this is the easy part because there are many people have done this. You can learn from other organizations. So it's in fact fairly easy to put it up. And then, of course, you need to have control over non-confirming products and service. Products is something you take in, service is something you do. This is essential. That's one of the core elements again. And then, of course, these two aspects comes in again. The operational part of it is how do you identify errors and flaws and mistakes and suboptimal standard operating procedures. You have to have a system so you know when you identify an error, how do you report it? Who is going to report it to? What would be the consequence of reporting it, not for you, but for the organization? And if you have a culture that's quality focused, then every employee can contribute and be seen. And I'm literally every employee, and you should be at the sort of it should be easy to point out errors that some have done, corrective mistakes and errors that have happened as corrective action. That's also fairly easy to do because you have spotted a mistake or a suboptimal procedure, then you correct it. What is more challenging, at least in my experience, is preventive actions. That means that you have to go back, see, how do we prevent this? Not this particular error has been repeatedly. So there must be something wrong with our system. So then, do we change the SUP? Do we change routines to prevent mistakes and errors to happen? So that's a little more challenging. But again, corrective actions and preventive actions, they need to be documented, that you have done it, why you did it, and what the consequence was. And then positively reinforce focus on errors and deviation. That's in the beginning a little challenging because you tend to have in your mind that an organization with a minimum number of deviations, errors is a good one. But all organizations have deviations and errors. So in order to spot them easily and early, you have to encourage people to write deviation reports. So in the beginning, we had sort of a premium, our weekly meeting, sort of who has something to report. Yeah, I have. So it was a positive reinforcement on. So you did a good job with you reported the deviation. And also, it's okay that someone tells you that you've done a substandard job. So remove the sort of the personal thing from the organizational thing. So I do remember at one stage when we had this weekly meeting, and a very young person just coming into the unit said to one of the oldest guys that's been around for ages, yesterday you did that and the other, and that's not according to our standard operating procedure. And when that experienced person say, thank you, this was helpful, then you know that at least you come a long way towards a quality culture. So that you also have to learn how to accept criticism from others without getting sort of personal. It's the focus of the organization. You need to have standardized training programs. So new employees, they must have a training log. It's a formalized log of things that they need to go through. That's standard operating procedures they need to read. And the lab boss, if we're talking about the lab, then signs that out. So it's not only the number of procedures, but also to know all the standard operating procedures and how do you operate. And the same thing goes for employees that's been out of the lab for a while. Now, in our countries, it's a typical having a maternity leave or a paternity leave. We can have both. Then it's again, read all the standard operating procedure, train manual skills again. So, and all that is supervised by the lab boss. And then one thing that was is a requirement in a quality management system is that this should be a continuous education program for everybody, like a minimum requirements. And that was for many of my colleagues seen as one of the very upsides, the very positive things of with introducing an ISO certification system, because they were entitled to have go to meetings, webinars throughout the year. And that was a formal requirement for maintaining our ISO certification. And then there's something which can be exhausting, but you have to do, and that's traceability. That means that all consumables and utensils, all the events you do, I fertilized then, I ejected then, this is when I did the PN check, this was when I checked for cleavage, when do you do it, who did it, and at the same time, the consumables that you used, whether it's dishes or needles or culture media, you have to know the lot numbers and of course the QC done on that from the one that you bought it from, and this needs to be recorded. You can do that using Excel sheets or paperwork or whatever, but you need to do it. There's ways of doing it that are easier than it maybe looks from what I'm saying it now. And then you need to do validation. Validation means that my procedures or equipment, does it work for the purpose? And for IVF lab, concerning the procedures, you have to check with others. There are procedures that you can learn from other clinics. You can internally validate them yourself, see that, well, we live up to our own expectations. We are fertilization rates and cleavage rates and pregnancy rates and so on are what we have want to have. And then, of course, you have equipment, which is an issue still for IVF lab, because there's not many things in the lab that are specifically made for IVF. A lot of it is general equipment. So then you have to have it validated by the vendor, by other clinics, or yourself. Does it work for our purpose? I'll come back to it later. And then, of course, quality control over ingoing material. That can range from everything from reading the QC that's been done by, say, the company that sells you this material, to doing your ingoing quality control yourself. That might be up to yourself. We tend to trust the vendors. This goes for the equipment, then for production. I mean, we're literally in a production in the IVF lab. We produce embryos, hopefully babies, and you have to check your output. Is that according to what you want to have? So if you go to equipment, is it validated for embryology, specification, design, and references? And you can find things like incubators, for instance, which is not made for IVF. They're made for a general purpose. And you have to do they really work for our purpose? Say a standard incubator is designed to maintain cell cultures, where you open the door maybe 2 or 3 times a day, not as you know in the IVF lab. So is it validated for the way you're using it? When you come into the lab and a new piece of equipment, you have to test it before you use it. Does it live up to our expectations? Does it maintain temperature? If you're talking about the incubator, does it maintain CO2? And so on. And you have to monitor that all the time. So you have to a monitor list, either electronically or manually. And that means that incubators have to be checked every morning to see if they're right. And all that has to be documented, either electronically or manually in lists. And then I guess ingoing materials, is it validated for embryology? A lot of it, if you read the small print, you say, well, this is just for in vitro diagnostics. It's not for clinical work. And then, of course, you have to, on your own expense, sort of use it for embryology. In Europe, we just have to have a CE mark or similar, which is sort of a rubber stamp by the authorities that it can be used. Or you can use references, meaning that you talk with other labs, that it's been working this particular thing than buying now, maybe whether it's a dish or a culture media. Does it work for you? And then it's up to you to have in-house testing of ingoing materials. I know labs that have a full-fledged QC of ingoing material. Well, that takes a lot of efforts. And then you have to ask yourself, are your in-house quality control, is that better than the company, say, that has produced the culture media for you? Is you better than them? And I tend to say no. Many of these companies that produce things for us, they are quite sophisticated when it comes to QC. And if you are going to put up your own QC system, you have to put a lot of efforts into it to make it really work. And then, of course, you need to have monitoring. You do that, most of you regularly, I think, which is fertilization, implantation. And you have to, at the same time, having the lot numbers and the Q certificates of everything that's ingoing. And all these need to be documented. Best thing if you can have it electronically. If not, there's a pile of paper. So if you go to equipment again, do you have a plan B if an equipment breaks down? Because that will happen. All of you know that. All of a sudden, a critical equipment breaks down. Are you able to detect substandard equipment? That's part of your QC system. Do you have a backup capacity? Say again, a typical thing is the incubators. If you're marginal on the incubators already and one of them breaks down, that can be absolutely detrimental for the quality of your lab. So do you have spare capacity, backup of instruments? Do you have alternative strategies, meaning that you have friends that can lend you or a company that can lend you until you have fixed the problem yourself? Do you have repair capacity? Can you do it in-house? Do you have a written agreement with the manufacturer and distributor? Or do you have a realistic estimate of the downtime? All that you need to have planned for. That's the plan B, because equipment breaks down. All of you know that. And always anticipate breakdown of critical equipment, and then you have to plan accordingly. So be the devil's advocate in the sense that, what do we do if this goes? And I suppose Murphy's law dictates that if one thing breaks down, you might be sure that there's another thing breaking down at the same time. So you have to plan accordingly. And then you come to quality management or quality control of a human IVF lab, which is totally different, of course, than what ISO was developed for the aviation industry. So that was bolts and nuts. So you know precisely the way from a steel rod to a bolt and nut. And you can say, I can have these deviations on micrometers. For us, we have an input in the system, as you all know, which is variable. And then we have sort of our part of it, which adds or subtracts to the complexity of the whole thing. And then you have an output which is also complex. So when you want to make a QC, a quality control system, on a system like that, where the input is not standardized and the output is variable, and even what we do is difficult to really standardize, you have to adjust your quality control systems accordingly. So as you perfectly well understand, biological variation in means biological variation out. So choose your quality control parameters with care, and don't select parameters that would hurt your patients. That might sound silly, but I have an example of that. So quality control parameters, your key performance indicators, KPIs. So you have to decide what's your important quality parameter for production control. I call it production control. Is it fertilization rate, good embryo rate, implantation rate, pregnancy rate, delivery rate, multiple delivery rate, cumulative delivery rate, and healthy children? As you all see, the complexity increases and the timeline increases considerably as you go down the list. I mean, in the ideal world, we all include this, but we have to, for a lab, you have to make something that's workable for a lab. And performance indicators in the lab, how well am I doing? And then choose the right variables. So, and do not waste time, money and energy on collecting redundant information. I've seen that in many labs. They have a pile of variables that they note and take a note of. It's page by page. And that's a waste of time. Choose a few variables that will give you useful information. For internal benchmarking, meaning my lab is working now, this week it's been working fine, this month it's been working fine, and then external benchmarking to others. So I see this is a sort of a symbol where I've seen labs having, say, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different variables for oocytes, and then they pile up. And then you use ages to note all this. You expose the oocytes and the zygotes and the embryos. And then you don't get much more out of it. There's only a few variables that are truly independent. And you have to also work out what works best for you. So the Eshre Special Interest Group for Embryology and the Alpha Scientists in Reproductive Medicine, I tried to put up a list of quality or key performance indicators. So fertilization rate might warn of real trouble as an internal benchmark. If that's suddenly drops, you have something really. Good embryo rate or cryopreservation rate may spot trouble. Patient-related, useful to record as an internal benchmark. Implantation rate, again, patient-related, but it's an informative parameter, internal and external. Pregnancy rate, delivery rate, multiple delivery rate, it's not the most useful parameter to evaluate at the lab. It's relevant for the clinic, but maybe not for the lab. And cumulative delivery rate, the same thing. It's very informative. You, as a lab, you know that when my embryos were okay, my cryopreservation system works, but it takes years to have it. So it's nothing you can do acutely. And then healthy children, of course, which is the ultimate goal for any clinic, but it's unpractical as a lab KPI. So I'll give you an example of a clinic that sort of made this a bit wrong. They wanted to have, these dates a few years back, it was cleavage stages. So the implantation rates, they wanted to have was more than 20%. And they did a monitoring for every 50 transfer. And then they had this course for attention, which was below 25%, and full overhaul, below 20%. And this happened too often. And of course, that was most likely cause of that each time was too many low prognosis patients, including this. So only 50 patients in. And if you have 10 of them as a low prognosis patients, things changes a lot. So their solution to this was to include only good prognosis patients, which is bad because they said no to a lot of patients that could become pregnant. So the alternative solution, of course, is to change the observation period. So less prone to random effects, not period or numbers in your observation period. And then choose an index population of good prognosis patients based on age and fertility diagnosis and BMI, and use those as sort of the thermometer of the lab performance. So I'll give you a real world example. It's from my own lab. It's nearly 10 years old, but anyway, it's the value of traceability for all materials used that may come into contact with gametes and embryos. In the EU tissue directive, the term is critical use. Anything that comes in direct contact with gametes and embryos, they are involved in a critical use. So this is fertilization rate in IVF and ICSI. This is normalized to 1 according to September in 11. And it looks okay. This is a standard. Things are working. If you look at the percentage of good embryos and the percentage of cycles where you had a cryopreservation of surplus embryos, you see it's pretty, it's nothing happening really at that level. And then if you look at pregnancy rate and implantation rates, it dropped dramatically. This was 85% single embryo transfers, was cleavage stage. So, I mean, the pregnancy rates are much lower than we currently have. But anyway, all of a sudden it was a drop. And then, of course, you have crisis meetings. And of course, you start with a crisis meeting. The traditional way is the pile of all the patient records, go through them and see if there's something wrong. Do I have only low prognosis patients now? And that was not the case. So there was something wrong in the system. And then we discovered, through having recorded all the lot numbers of our culture oil, that it was quite variable how good these lots of oil worked, and 1 or 2 were very, very bad. So, and it precisely coincides with our catastrophic results. And a lot of clinics at the same time discovered this and had sort of different ways of spotting that it was the culture oil problem. So it was substances in the oil that generate peroxides in the presence of HSA in the oil medium interface, and it was not picked up by the most embryo assay during the manufacture QC. Other clinics that were at that stage was culturing to blastocysts said that the blastocyst rate went down. us that still transferred at the cleavage state, we didn't discover that. We only discovered that there was no pregnancies. So what you do in sort of in a total quality management in an oil crisis, if you want, monitoring implantation rate below action level, then you do something. And our action was internal audit, and the finding was substandard ingoing material. And as part of working with total quality management is that you get in touch with other clinics. Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem with that specific lot of oil, which we seem to have the problem with? So I strongly encourage you to have friends around which you can exchange experience with. So you know whether you have a specific problem or it's a generalized problem with one ingoing material. So the recalled batches of oil were used, and all the frozen embryos that's been in contact with recalled oil was discarded. And all the patients that were involved were offered a new treatment cycle free of charge. And then they had a new supply of culture. It costed a lot of money, but at least the problem was solved, as you say. So then if you go back again to with a different lot of oil and then look at pregnancy implantation rates afterwards, they were back to the same level as previously. So certification according to a sort of an ISO system. You do what you say you should do. That's the philosophy. And then you control and document that you've done it. And the ISO standard does not specify how good you should be, say, in pregnancy rates, implantation rates. You need to specify that yourself. I mean, to sort of be, you can be certified and have very bad results as long as that's what you are aiming for. You wouldn't do that. But so I say, inherently, a certification system like ISO doesn't specify how good you are in the lab, but that's contrary to accreditation standards. We have different ones, which is ISO 17025 and 15189. None of them are developed for the IVF labs. They have developed for other medical laboratories. So again, a problem for us is that we have biological variation in and out. So if you want to have an accreditation, then it's how good are you? Well, I want to be, say, have a implantation rates above a certain level. You need to perform above a certain level, which is predefined success parameter. So medical laboratories have ISO 901 and then some accreditation system. And they have external validation, ring testing, but it's easier for them because when you do a specific test for, say, a hormone with a specific kit, you know sort of the variance and you can test it towards standards. Some andrology laboratories also accredited, and they also do the same thing, ring testing, sending samples to each other. So they can, in fact, be accredited. The IVF lab, I'm not that sure. It's difficult. Some do. So quality management, useful, worth the efforts, because it takes time and efforts. I mean, if you want to start now, it will take you some time feeling that you're in the woods. You don't see the way out of it. This is just a pile of new things and papers. But is it worth the efforts on a clinic level? Definitively. I do remember at one stage where we were struggling and it was a lot of frustration. And then I did ask everyone, cleaning ladies, secretaries, nurses, MDs, lab technicians, and embryologists in our unit, shall we skip the ISO and go back to our previous management model? And to my sort of surprise, everyone said, no, not at all. We see that this eventually will give a system that works better. So what about the IFF lab? Results better? No, not necessarily. Consistency in results better? Yes, maybe. Physical lab parameters are much better because you control them. Information flow is much better. Documentation is better. Traceability is better. Deviations and mistakes, errors are identified more often. And the deviations and mistakes you do spot is usually a minors, not the majors, because you have taken corrective actions more swift and relevant previously. Training on new stuff is better? Oh, yes. Does it reduce interpersonal conflicts? And my answer is, in fact, yes, definitely. Because you have a formalized system of information flow. You have a very low bar for saying, yesterday, sir, you did something that wasn't according to a standard operating procedures. And so it's inbuilt in your quality culture that you then respond positively, because it's everyone's interest that the clinic works better. So in my view, it reduces interpersonal conflicts, definitely. So it takes time and effort. It does not come easily, and you're never finished. That might seem be a bit exhausting when you sort of finally got your ISO certification or your accreditation certification. You think, well, you're done. Let's lean back and have a good time, a cup of tea. Well, you can for a while, for an hour or two, but then you have to be at it again because it never finished. You're getting better and better all the time, but you never finish. It's a tool. It's not a goal in itself. Quality culture makes your lab more dynamic, flexible, and adaptable. Not the opposite, as many say, well, it's very rigid. Well, this is it's set in stone. This lab will never. No, it's make you more dynamic because you know you have a system for when do you want to introduce a new technique? How do you introduce it? How do you check it? And so on. In times of crisis, it's very useful to have full traceability and documentation. I mean, in previous times of crisis, we started it must be the clinicians, or it must be the lab. It might be the nurses, or there might be the culture media. I mean, you were just throwing things at each other, and sort of, it was not a nice periods. But here, in times of crisis, you have a system for how do we try to spot where the problem is. And I said, there's no guarantee that your clinical results will improve. You have to define your success criteria and quality parameters yourself. And total quality management is a tool to get there. And then there's a section 8.3 called treatment outcome. I'm not going into detail. That's another sort of 2-3 hours. But in Human Reproduction Updates a year ago, there was this grand theme review on the health of the children conceived by ART, the chicken or the egg. I advise you to look that up and read that, because it's a very comprehensive document going through things we know. And also ask, is this the hen, meaning maternal factors, clinical factors, or is it the egg, I mean, lab factors? And I'll give you just one example, and this is from that manuscript. It's the birth weight of, and premature birth rate of children after ART, and this is singletons in different Nordic countries. And you see in that period from 1988 down to 2003, it goes down. And you see for singletons, it goes dramatically down. This is compared to spontaneous pregnancy, is prevalence of preterm birth. And the reason for that, we do think, is the number of embryos put back. It's singleton and twins, but singletons is it remarkably. So we're getting better. We don't think we're getting that much better clinically or in the lab, except for the fact that we put back fewer embryos. And the countries who still put back a lot of embryos in that period there was no change. So the health of the children, there's risk factors, is maternal factors, paternal factors, multiple pregnancies, chromosomal factors, malformations, and imprinting, and the list is longer. But this multiple pregnancies, and as we also started to know, multiple embryo replacements is the major culprit. So if you're dealt with that, and then there are other factors, of course, parental factors, cultural conditions, cryopreservation, and endometrial support, and so who does have an influence. But the influence of multiple pregnancies or multiple deliveries is much larger. So if you want to make an effort, stop producing twins. Okay, then we have statistics. It's part of the curriculum. And at what level, you can ask? And there's two levels. It's understanding the validity of published data. And there's still a lot of rubbish that is published. And you should be able to critically look at published data, because some of them you can easily spot. Well, this, if not rubbish, the conclusions in this manuscript or paper is not substantiated by the data. I'll come back to one of them. And then you have another level, which is applying the correct statistical analysis on your own data prior to publication, or just as internal QC. And I strongly suggest to seek advice from people who know. Because on a personal level, I've been through this, applying very sort of basic and perhaps primitive statistics on our own data, and then realizing in the end, when you have more complex data, like sort of a clinic's data, that I need to seek advice and have some who really understands statistics to do it. Current and modern statistics is quite sophisticated. So I'm going to touch upon a few basics: study size, confidence level, type 2 errors, confounders, effect measures, and relative risk. And what would take a relative risk or odds ratio or chi-square as you perform a study in your clinic. You do 200 treatment cycles prospectively randomized. So in the study population, 20 out of 100 get pregnant. The reference population, 30 out of 100 get pregnant. So a difference between 20 and 30% is quite relevant. But the relative risk is 20 over 30, 0.67. And the confidence interval, meaning it's 95% chance that it's in between 0.4 and 1.1. Crossing 1, that means it's not significant. The odds ratio is also a different way of describing it. Say it's 0.58. And the confidence interval is again crossing the unity of 1. So it's not significant. And the chi-square is 0.12, not significant. There should be 0.05. So all these different tests here, they come out with the same results, meaning that it's not significant. So let's look at type 2 errors. The hypothesis is false. I mean, you say this culture media is better than the standard one, but it fails to be rejected. Or intervention A does not give higher birth weight of children than intervention B, and so on. And very often, this happens because the study is too small to detect the difference. So I plotted this in a chart. This is relative risk of pregnancy. And the number also, let's say, for the sake of calculation, we said the true difference is that 30% in one case and 20% in the other case. And how many cycles do we need prospectively to randomize to prove I say, a 10% difference in pregnancy rate. So I plotted relative risk, which is 0.75. This is for calculation purposes. And then, of course, the confidence level. So the upper confidence level does not cross unity of 1 before, unless you do 300 cycles prospectively randomized. And I encourage you to look at, say, studies comparing culture media. How many has done 300 cycles prospectively randomized? And we are talking about a difference of 10%, which is quite significant. If you want to detect a difference of 5% in pregnancy rate, which is still quite significant, say you use the 35% pregnancy rate and then you go up to 40%. Well, you want to do that. You want to know if that is true. But then you have to prospectively randomize 1,500 cycles to be able to detect that difference. So in essence, we don't have any studies that are comparing different culture media of the sufficient size to allow which is one of them are better than the other. Then you have to put in another part of type 2 errors is, say, you're running a quality control internal benchmarking in your lab. And you need to predefine, when do I have a problem? This is, again, back to the oil crisis, where we had this substantial drop. So you need to define a level for yourself. That is up to you, which is, do I have a cause for concern? That means you're starting to look into things. And then you will have to have a level which defines crisis, calls for action. You have to specify that yourself for your own parameters. But don't make it too narrow, and make it statistically significant in the sense that you don't go into action unless you have a deviation that is relevant or statistically significant. So I'm not going to touch upon confounders, which are study design. Which culture media is the best is the question. And if you look at, it's a nightmare of small studies, suboptimal to horrible design, irrelevant controls, and confounders. So there's a less than a handful of good studies comparing to culture media, but we don't know which is the best. And someone is trying to make a sort of systematic study here, and they said it's we don't know, because all these studies are too small. The design is not good enough. And then, of course, on top of that, companies change the formulation of culture media. So you're not sure that you're comparing the same, even if it's called the same by the manufacturer. So if ongoing pregnancy rate and delivery is the endpoint, we do not have studies that's large enough or good enough to answer this question. It's of course irritating. So if you want then to interpret data from studies yourself, say one of my hobby horses is, does culture media influence birth weight of children? So one is retrospective, non-randomized studies, historical, which has been a lot of these studies. Then you can have registry studies. It's retrospective, data prospectively collected, including major confounders, or prospective randomized, or what is your randomization procedure? Is it blinded? That's the questions you could ask. And I come back to this again. This is a classical study 10 years back, when these people in the Netherlands were trying to evaluate 2 different culture media. They carried on, so there was pregnancy rate and delivery and implantation rates, which were the sort of primary endpoint. But then they discovered that there was a shift in delivery rate between these 2 culture media. Only 2 or 3 days in vitro life of Cook made a difference in culture media, or birth weights, sorry, 240 grams. But one criticism of that study was that when they designed the study, birth weight was not predefined as an endpoint. It just was a post hoc analysis. And then all of a sudden, this finding, quality of that finding is a bit lower. So what is the confounders of birth weight? If you want to look at birth weight or length, placental weight, gestational length, then the known confounders is maternal and paternal height, maternal age, diet and smoking, parity, birth order. There are differences between the first child and second child. Sex, of course, year of birth, time for previous birth, plurality, of course, single, twin, and so on. There's are known confounders. There's most likely unknown confounders too. So when you want to compare two different interventions, say in culture media, you need to be able to compensate for these confounders. So how do you compensate for the confounders? Well, that is a prospective randomized controlled trial of sufficient size. So meaning type 2 errors. You can do a regression analysis in large retrospective studies. It's difficult because do you know all the confounding variables? And you can have large population-based epidemiological studies, which you can find somewhere. So, and again, if you look at this slide, is quite busy. So the point is, when that study from the Netherlands came about, there was a lot of interest, and a lot of people did retrospective studies in their own material and didn't find any difference of birth weights related to the culture media. And then there were the registry studies, were fairly large ones. They started to find, and that was registry studies where you had some control over the confounding variables. You could sort of correct for them. And then they started to find some, but they were different according to the registry study and so on. And of course, nobody had data on the same culture media. So if you should when you read a paper has done a prospective study, you have to start looking inclusion criteria. Did they include only a part of the patient population, the best ones, or with a specific diagnosis, or who were excluded? And what's the sample size? Is it big enough? And do remember, you need 1,500 prospectively randomized just to say something about pregnancy rate. Is it a single center versus a multi-center? Because there are known center effects. What's the randomization? Is it pseudo-randomization, meaning to say alternative days and weeks, which is easier to do, but it's not that good to compensate for confounders. Is it blinded or double-blinded? Double-blinded means, of course, that no one knows. Well, a few knows, but not the clinicians, not the patient, not the lab knows what the patient are randomized to. Clinical procedures, are they good enough? I mean, you can find randomized studies which the randomization and sample size and all that are brilliant, but the clinical results are lousy. So then you start questioning, well, And then, of course, the endpoints are the relevant, as the data complete, that has been externally checked, because we know that people tend to do cosmetics on their data. So in reality, they should be checked by someone outside. So the gold standard is the prospective randomized double-blind multi-center study. It's a complicated design, but it's the gold standard. So if we go back to the original paper that started this discussion about birth weights. So this was the birth weight of all, Cook and Vitrolife, significantly different, and also large for gestational age and Z-score. Z-score is a normalized version of birth weights. And then there was a group, a Spanish group, that did a trial specifically looking at this, and didn't find any difference. You see, the tendencies are the same. There's difference between Cook and vitro life in birth weight for all, and even more for males. So if you look at the set score of the original study, de Molin, it was significant difference. The set score of Carrasco's UDC is the same tendency, but the difference is also 126 cycles randomized and 449 cycles randomized. So the Carrasco study could easily fall into a type 2 error. Had they done 800 cycles, their differences would be significant. So when you read a paper claiming difference or no difference, or in other aspects, other effect measures, look at the number of patients randomized. If it's a few hundred, you could usually easily ignore the paper. The group in the Netherlands, they went back and did the gold standard, a prospective randomized multicenter double-blind study. So I mean, all centers in the Netherlands collaborated, cooperated, and they could do 836 cycles. There were two different media. The point was, again, does media influence birth weight? And the answer is yes. So culture media and phenotype, this is an example. You can use the same analysis in all effect measures for IVF. Retrospective studies are of limited value. And even large registry studies is difficult because of the numerous confounders. So it's almost impossible to retrospectively control for all these confounders. So prospective studies are the only way forward for many of the lab parameters. If the endpoint is children in this case. Then it's a part of the curriculum is handling and storing of data. So use a database, of course. I mean, in the old days, we had piles of papers, but now you need to have a database. And commercially available databases can store both clinical and laboratory data. Some of them are quite useful and quite good. And they, at the same time, record traceability parameters. So you either type it in, or you can use electronic means of recording it. So I say some of these databases are really good. And if you want to have choose between different databases, select one with a good report generator. We in the beginning, we had one which was good, but to generate reports was so complicated that only 2 people in the clinic could do it. Now we have one that is so easy that everyone can go in and check data, take it, what is our success parameter now, how does it work, and blah. And say, for instance, do a certain lot number or a certain consumable correlates with anything. What about the operator? Does that correlate to our outcome? And then it's a pain because people tend to, if they type in data, they do it a 5 to 10% error rate. So if you do automatic electronic data entry, it's better. But if you have to type it in, you have to assign someone to have the responsibility for checking missing data, wrong data. You can have all of a sudden a patient is 200 years old, there's data missing, and then you should run reports which all identify missing data or data totally out of range, and also reports that include key performance indicators. And then, of course, backup, and secure storage. I know of clinics that didn't have a backup, and all of a sudden you've lost everything. And then you you're desperate and crying for weeks. So backup, and secure storage. So backup your own clinic, backup in the cloud or in someone who takes care of that for you. And for how long should data be stored? That's partly a regulatory issue. For the EU Tissue Directive, we have to store it for 30 years. And that's a big challenge because we all know that data stored electronically, the devices used to store it on deteriorate of the years. They might not last for 30 years. So we're still into a discussion how to do sort of live up to this 30 years requirement from the EU Tissue Directive. For you, I don't know what's the requirement regulatory-wise, but you need to have an idea for how long your data lasts. So in summary, go for quality management, for instance, ISO, big efforts, but that it in the end, quality control and quality assurance comes as a part of quality management. Choose key performance indicators with care. A few useful indicators and measured at relevant time intervals. And say, look up at the Eshre alpha consensus. Understand basic statistics. So evaluate published data, understand your own data, and do not fall in the type 2 trap. And then store data securely, backup, and backup. Thank you. That was from me.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Amne, for your excellent talk. Everybody will realize that how important it is to have a quality management and quality assurance program in your IVF setup. And Professor Arne has highlighted so many important things, starting from the how to do the storage of data, how to analyze them, how to do the statistics, and finally the backup. If you are not having a backup, you keep on missing a lot of information, and which can actually help in improving your outcome. So thank you, Professor Amne. There was one question here. Now I don't see any question in the question answer box. So if there are any questions to Professor Arne, because this is very important aspect of your embryology course, and if there are any questions to Professor Arne, he will be happy to answer. He is here, so you can post your queries in the question answer box. Now I invite Professor Dr. Jayant for his talk on legislation as well as risk in the IVF lab. Dr. Jayant has been Professor Arne and Dr. Jayant. They have been instrumental to bring this course, and everybody is now familiar with both of them. So I request Dr. Jayant to deliver his lecture, and then we proceed further. Dr. Jayant, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kuldeep sir. Because I've been having some problems with my respiration, I have to record my talk, which is what I'm going to be playing. My apologies for that. During the talk, the volume, the voice seems to go deep. So what I would suggest is if you all can increase the volume, your volume of receipt, that would help in sort of listening to the talk. So once again, my apologies for this. Rajesh, if we are ready, can you start playing the talk, please? Rajesh. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Arne Sunden and Dr. Kuldeep Jain for making it possible for us to deliver this course.
Rajesh, the slides are not playing.
Rajesh?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Ane Sundan and Dr. Kuldeep Jain for making it possible for us to deliver this course in preparation for the Eshre certification exams next year, which is going to be virtual. I believe, and you all will agree, that the quality of material delivered has been of very high standard and would have equipped all of you with the knowledge that you seeked. It was also important for you to realize that we have delivered the entire curriculum in a very short period of time, but there's a lot more that you need to do now. Read round the topics, understand the topic, understand what you're missing. And that is something that will be available for your tests, this exam, the final exam this afternoon after my talk, which has 60 multiple choice questions, and you'll have to complete all of them in 1 hour. But we'll talk about it much later. We don't end here. In future, if there is any help that you require, all of us are available to guide you and help as much as we can with your queries. Thank you. My talk is based on the last two modules, Module 8.7 and 8.8, which concludes the Laboratory and Quality Management module, earlier part being delivered by Professor Ane Sundan. Module 8.7 and 8.8 refers to two different areas of quality control management that we need to understand. 8.7 deals with legislation, and I'll be talking about the need for European Union tissue directives to be in place and why it is important to understand it. And the other two areas is Human Fertilization and Embryology Authority, HFEA, which is a regulatory body in the UK. And I'll briefly touch on the Indian ART bill because it was formulated on the framework provided by the Human Fertilization Embryology and adopted from European Union Tissue Cell Directives. Reducing risks is 8.8 and we'll be dealing with the adverse events and troubleshooting. This would conclude the entire Module 8 of Quality Control Management. The directives set out to establish a harmonized approach to the regulation of tissues and cells across Europe. It allows union countries to develop their own regulatory guidelines, but we must remember that it doesn't regulate them. And it is in this context that all the European countries were able to set up their own regulatory bodies for as deemed necessary for their local circumstances. It further establishes a benchmark for standards that must be met when carrying out any activity involving tissues and cells for human application, i.e., when you treat the patients. In addition, it requires that systems are put in place to ensure that all tissues and cells used in human applications are traceable from a donor to the recipient. The directive is divided into three parts. The parent directives provides the framework legislation, i.e., how to set up your own regulatory body in your country. And the additional 2 technical directives provide a detailed requirements of the EUTCD. It is worth noting here that the Human Tissue Authority in the UK was the first authority under EUTCD and has the responsibility for regulating tissues and cells other than gametes and embryos for human application, i.e. transplant tissues, etc. But it was the Human Fertilization and Embryology Authority, HFEA, a regulatory body which was set up much earlier than the EUTCD came into practice, and is responsible for the regulation of testing, processing, storage, import and export and distribution of gametes and embryos for or from human application. Currently, HFEA has the 9th Code of Practice, and it has adapted and worked with the framework provided by the EUTCD. As you all may know, we are moving out of European Union, so it is still undecided whether we will change any of our code of practice to suit our local requirements. Let's review and consider what impacts the directives have had on the clinics. Each clinic has to be licensed or accredited. It should demonstrate the existence of a proper, robust quality management system, just in the manner that was described by Professor Arne earlier. Each and every clinic needs to have a dated and version control standard operating procedures in place. All processes need to be audited once every 2 years. Now, the SOPs are something that the staff need to understand and stick to. And allowing the audit allows you to check whether this has happened or you failed. I believe a vertical audit is a much better suitable option rather than a horizontal audit, as the vertical audit addresses all the events that takes place from the time the patient walks in and delivers a baby. It is a requirement of the directives that all the patient records must be kept for 30 years, and the screening of sexually transmitted disease of HIV, Hep C has to be in place for all the patients undergoing ART. And this is to ensure that the patient who is negative can be cultured along with other negative patients, and the storage of the gametes can be stored in the same storage container. Since last year, Zika and Ebola has prevented, and we have to have patients stop having treatment, provide them with treatment for at least 6 months until they were negative. And with SARS COVID-19 virus, there has been so much uncertainty recently that we really are not sure as to how the clinics are coping with it. And I'll talk about it much later in my later part of the talk, as how we have coped about it in the UK. It is important to also to note that infected patients' gamete needs to be cultured in a dedicated incubator to avoid cross-contamination and stored in a separate cryo storage tanks. And the last very important statement is that no patient should be excluded from treatment if tested positive for HIV or hepatitis. Your laboratory may not be equipped to handle any HIV patients, but then it is necessary that you refer these patients to another clinic who can handle and test the viral load after preparation of the sperm. Definition of the donor is very clearly stated in the directives. A donor means every human source, whether living or deceased, of human cells and tissues. Furthermore, partner donation means the donation of reproductive cells between a man and a woman who declare to have an intimate physical relationship. In a couple, men and women are considered donors to each other. What is also important is that testing of HIV 1 and 2 or hepatitis B surface antigen, hepatitis C core antibodies, and C antibodies is mandatory. Whenever the donated cells are banked or stored, and repeated testing after 6 months of quarantine before use is ensured. For non-partner donation, additional screening of syphilis, and in case of sperm donation, chlamydia is required. Currently, because of the COVID situation, those patients who have been identified not being able to produce a sample on the day of treatment are required to freeze their samples only if their COVID testing, PCR COVID testing is negative. Should the patient be tested every time when they wanted treatment? Was the question that was raised. So a publication appeared in Human Reproduction 2010, which concluded, while initial screening of those about to embark on ART treatment is good practice, we can find no medical or scientific evidence to support rescreening prior to each treatment cycle for individuals undergoing partner donation in ART. It would seem more appropriate to focus on risk reduction using a combination of initial baseline screening with a reduced frequency of retesting, appropriate sample processing, and best possible containment systems for cryostorage. So in the UK, we do not keep on testing the patient every time they come for the treatment, as long as the treatment is within 3 months of the initial start of the treatment. Directives are very clear in what traceability should be. It is a mandatory for all the products and materials coming into contact with reproductive gametes, tissues, and cells. And this includes all culture media supplements, and all consumables. You need to record each and every information about the product that you use, including the batch number, the lot number, the expiry date, into the patient records, i.e., for example, in the laboratory, the patient egg collection records would have all that information, including the equipment which were used to treat the patient, manipulate the eggs or embryos or the gametes. Personnel plays a major role in the directives. There should be sufficient staff in the clinic to carry out quite a lot of complex procedures that exist. And they should be all competent, and a training program should be in place, made available to them should there be a need for it. A job description must also be clearly documented, telling them what their duties are and what is expected of them, rather than being thrown into deep end to carry out each and every aspect of the laboratory procedures. Eshre have stated that the staff requirements cannot be specified, as each individual clinic and unit are the only people responsible who can determine what number should be available because of the complex treatment offer and what number of cycles have been treated. As a consequence, a new Eshre initiative was established for a certification system for clinical and senior clinical embryologists, a brainchild of Professor Arne Sunden, who is with us today. And since then, the system has allowed to certify many embryologists worldwide for their practical and theoretical competence as a laboratory personnel. What is also important to realize is that whenever there is a need for terminating the activities, i.e., lack of patients, or a major incident which requires or forces the clinic to shut down, the clinic should have agreements and procedures in place to ensure that in the event of termination of activities, stored tissues and cells shall be transferred according to the consent pertaining to them, and only to other established or establishments accredited, designated, authorized, or licensed centers. One other aspect which is very clearly mandatory in the directives is the air quality. It is clearly stated that the air quality should be a good manufacturing practice defined, grade A, inside the class 2 cabinet where you're manipulating your gametes, and with the background air quality of grade D according to one or more of the provisions set out under section 4 of the directives. A study was published in Reproductive Biomed online in 2013 by Sandra Steves, and they looked at the various filtration systems, the microbial contaminations, based on the EU directives and based on the local ISO class 5 standards. And there were so many similarities between the two studies that were carried out, the systems that have been used. Microbiological monitoring is mandatory. Monitoring requirement specifications were not defined in the study carried out by Sandro. However, what is different is the volatile organic compound filtration was not required in the European Union directives. But for the Brazil, because of the air contamination and pollution, the ventilation system was equipped with filters embedded with activated carbon as to prevent any kind of volatile compound influence on the gametes. Based on this particular guidelines of the EU, I now like to turn my attention to the Human Fertilization Embryology Authority, which has 32 codes of practice and is continuously revised and complements EU directives. And the current version, as I had mentioned earlier, is the 9th edition, and it keeps on updating itself as and when required. Other areas that the HFEA code covers is the donor recruitment, assessment, and screening. Here they state who can be the donors, how often can they donate, and how the assessment has to be made. Have the donor provided a sketch of his life, what his interests are, etc., and has the donor gone through the screening and what the screening requirements are. Similarly, in egg sharing arrangements, the payment of the donors is also definitely defined by the code of practice. Surrogacy, like in India, it has been controversial, but surrogacy is permitted in certain situations and is very clearly stated, and consent to be a surrogate recipient needs to be properly filled out. Procuring, processing, and transporting gametes and embryos also plays a major role from the point that it is important that you have a third-party agreement with the suppliers for procurement of gametes. Just like in Indian ART guidelines, you have the banks, the donor banks, which would be providing you with the eggs or the sperms, or identifying a person who is willing to donate. Here we don't have anything similar to what you have in India in the ARTPL, but we have the clinic itself can procure the donation of gametes from the patient and store them if there is a need for it. So there are some clinics who have created donor banks which has helped the clinic offer these eggs to their patients. Processing can be at a third-party laboratory, and therefore you need a third-party agreement in place, which allows you to understand and tells you that the processing was done in the manner that is acceptable as a good clinical laboratory practice. Transporting of gametes and embryos have to be in a secured dry shippers and have to be signed out of the clinic and received into a clinic with proper documentation, including the screening documents of this particular embryo or the gametes that have been transported. Import and export between different countries is only permitted as long as this particular laboratory or the clinic is recognized, registered in their own country, and have in place a license which allows them to receive and store gametes for patients. Storage of gametes and embryos also are very important. A different system has to be in place to ensure that you audit each and every storage that you have in place, including for the gametes and the embryos. You have a vertical audit, like I mentioned, from the time the donation took place. In the case of embryos, that from the time the embryos were created, vitrified, stored, and then transferred at a later cycle. Witnessing plays a major role, and it ensures that patient identity and donor identifications are what there should be. So there is no mistake in inseminating the wrong oocytes with a wrong sample. And this has been a must in most of the clinics, especially now that we are into a COVID area where social distancing has become mandatory. There has been an increase in the sale of witnessing systems in the UK so that we can maintain that social distancing without having to worry too much of second manual witnessing. And some of our practices have changed since then. And this is something that the HFA had to accept, and they have obviously looked at the risk assessment that each clinic carried out. Traceability is something that I already discussed, so I won't spend time on it. And donor-assisted conception. This is a donor program. What are the procedures? What should be done? How should they be reported? And what forms they should be done is very important. And this has to be documented separately. And any pregnancies resulting for the out of donor insemination has to be reported just the way we report all the pregnancies from IVF or ICSI treatment cycles. There's a section on intracytoplasmic sperm injection which tells you what sort of equipment you should have, what conditions should be, and how should the procedure be carried out. You need the ICSI competent embryologist to do the procedure, and if you have a trainee, you need them to demonstrate the process of training in terms of the damage to the oocyte at the time of injection and what percentage. It is expected that while you're training, you should be allowed to practice on human oocytes, which have been donated or are going to be discarded. And there has to be a clear consent from the patient allowing you to do so. You cannot practice or you cannot exercise the practice on oocytes which have not been sort of donated for this particular purpose, or embryos which have not been donated for this particular purpose for trial. What is also very important that you cannot inject a sperm when you're trying to do your ICSI practice, which may lead to creating an embryo. So this is forbidden, and it is the responsibility of the PR and the laboratory manager or the director to ensure that this does not take place in their laboratories. Research and training have a separate area, and all the patients are asked whether they would be interested in be part of an ongoing research, or would they donate their eggs or embryos or gametes for training purposes? Again, only those which have agreed to do so those who have agreed to do so, their eggs or gametes would be used for this purpose. It is mandatory to realize that any acceptance of material for the training has to be signed out by another embryologist who has agreed to check and supervise and has seen that this consent form is in place. Quality management system, a robust quality management system is something that obviously you heard Professor Arne Sundar talk about, and it outlines all the details that you require for that. And the third party agreement, which I was speaking about earlier, has to be in place for each and every consumables that you use, each and every services that you acquire outside your clinic, and also including the serological testing, which might be, in our case, it is the pathology laboratory which carries out this test for us. We ask them to show us their competency, number one, also that they're accredited to carry out this test, and we have to have that third-party agreement from them to acknowledge their responsibilities. Looking at other aspects, which obviously is also very important, is the facilities, whether they're adequate and where the premises are located. Obviously, most of the clinics try to have an isolated area where these are confined and standalones within a hospital or are away from any through traffic, not in next to the antenatal clinics where there are pregnant women, and here are your patients who are trying to fall pregnant. So this is something which requires to be designed properly and correctly. And equipment and materials deals with use of the correct equipment for providing the services. It ensures that all the equipment that you're using has been serviced and maintained. An annual maintenance contract has to be in place so that at least you're aware that the functionality of the equipment is correct. Each and every equipment has to be validated so that it allows anyone coming in to check, tracing back as to seeing whether there was a problem when there's an incident, that everything was working when the incident took place. A record of adverse incidents is something that I'll be talking about later, so I will skip that for now. Complaints needs to be addressed, have to be documented, and a register needs to be created, and the outcome has to be documented as well, because you need to know how satisfied your customer is, i.e. the patient is, in the service that you're providing. And a vertical audit will allow you to look into that thing. The reason why I insist on vertical audit is all these parameters are covered when you go through a vertical audit to ensure a patient journey from the time they enter your clinic to the time they either take a live baby home or need to come back again, and you can cross-reference what actually took place. The importance of treating people fairly. Obviously, this is a very important area, and as I mentioned earlier, the EU directives says clearly that you cannot refuse treating a patient who is seropositive. Similarly, you cannot refuse same-sex couples or gender-changed couples from treatment. As a clinic, you can have a policy which says, sorry, we are not equipped to treat a patient, but we will refer you to another clinic which may help you. Also, as far as the diagnostic is concerned in the NHS, where the government pays for the diagnostic purposes, that you have to offer to the same-sex couple in terms of assessing them for suitability of either going for donor inseminations, for same-sex women, a couple, or someone who actually is going to be donating their sperm, wants to store it when they're going for a gender change, may be offered that service as well. Confidentiality and privacy is something which is very important, and I've mentioned that at each and every stage there has to be a total a degree of certainty that none of the documents, none of the information related to the patient has been passed on to someone who should not be having access to that, and the service has to be provided in a proper privacy manner. Record keeping and document control has to be very clear, and as mentioned earlier, this HFA requires us, as does the EU directives, to keep our records for 30 years. Now, because of the storage capacity and limited space, most of the clinics are going electronic. As long as you're going electronic, you need to ensure risk assess that procedure to make sure that your IT system backs up that on a daily basis and allows the protection of those data, which is under a password protected system. Furthermore, it is very important that because IT is a third party, you need to have a third party agreement on your file to say, yes, you confirm this and everything has been fine. It is the responsibility of the PR to satisfy themselves that all the third party agreement stand up to what they say. Therefore, for example, if a consumer says, I provide the consumables in a certain manner, it is the responsibility of the PR to go and look at how they store it. The media, is the media sort of been delivered in a cold chain system? Are there temperature loggers within the delivery boxes, thermocol boxes? All this has to be maintained and recorded, i.e. traceability of from where they're coming. And obviously, there are so many mandatory requirements, obligations of the clinics to report to HFEA any incidents that take place, and I'll deal with that in the later part of my talk. When the HFEA come to see us, they inspect generally in clinical and quality management areas, treatment and outcomes, legal obligations and arrangements, and patient experience and engagement. What is very important, they pay much more importance to the clinical and quality management side, looking at adverse events, incidences, equipment, premises, facilities, procurement processes, research and training, record keeping, staff, and the PR are all what I just discussed earlier. When it comes down to treatments, they also look at what treatment outcomes have been for various modalities. For example, donor-assisted conception, donor recruitment, embryo testing, ICSI cycles, and now we have the mitochondrial donation, but these are based on a named patient basis, and a special license condition is required. Looking at the PGD and PGS, looking at the consent forms, and that's where the problems have been lying significantly with most of the clinics where they haven't taken consent. They also look into the legal parenthood, traceability, and the third-party agreement. Complaint should be minimal, but doesn't mean to say that there shouldn't be any complaints present because of the misunderstanding, because of the service that has been provided. We all expect a different type of services from different clinics, and what our expectations are sometimes may not be. Overall, non-compliances for the year 2015, 16 to 2018 and 19, as you can see, the number of non-compliances has decreased. There were 351 non-compliances, but the sector has become more compliant as the number of non-compliance per inspection has been decreasing since 2015-2016. And it shows the critical non-compliances, the major non-compliances, and others, and non-compliances which are sort of at the time of inspection. And if you look at it, the critical ones are much, much less compared to the other non-compliances. But surprisingly, there was an increase, and this is due to more reporting of the classification of critical ones, and I'll talk about that later in my talk. The last part of the legislation, and that is the National Indian Guidelines. This is what it looked, the draft copy was, and it was in Chapter 3, the Code of Practice, Ethical Consideration, and Legal Issues, which were covered. But now the new ART bill, bill number 87, which is in the Lok Sabha, has been divided into 6 chapters. The first chapter deals with the preliminary and obviously the definitions that are required for all the different clauses. Chapter 2 deals with setting up of the national boards, who is entitled to be on the national board, and this part A and part B is the state board. The national board will oversee all the state boards, and state boards will be appointing their own local inspectors and people who would be looking after the thing. And there is a need for the national registry and registration authorities. And how this would be established, the composition of the national registry has been described very clearly. Function of the national registry, etc., is very well documented in Chapter 2. Those of you who are interested in reading more, I request that you go through and have a look at this online. This is readily available. If you can't find it, I'll be more than happy to do those for you. Chapter 3 now talks about registration of assisted reproductive technologies, grant of registration, renewal of registration, appeal, and power to inspect premises, etc. Any inspector can come in and inspect your premises without any permission. So be aware that anyone can walk in and ask. Obviously, they have to show their identity, who they are, and they can ask you questions. And Chapter 4 deals with duties of assisted reproductive technology clinic and assisted reproductive technology bank. Now, the bank here is someone which provides you with accurate records of the clinics and of the donors, the gametes, and how they would acquire them is something which is very important. I'm not going to spend a lot of time because all this information is very detailed and it's very important for you to go through them. And it talks about restrictions on sale of human gametes, zygotes, and embryos, research on human embryos, limitations, and also rights of the child born through assisted reproductive technology. And finally, the 2 chapters are dealing with offense and penalties. Chapter 5 deals with punishment for contravention of provision of acts or rules for which no specific punishment is provided. And section 36, offenses to be cognizable and bailable, are also sort of recorded. Offenses by clinics of the banks are also listed, and it's very important that before you start looking and accepting the bills, it's important to understand this bill and go through it. Chapter 6 deals with miscellaneous, and obviously, again, like I said, 46 different parts to each of this, the total bill is a lot of information. And you need to look at it and study it. While you will not be questioned for your Eshre examination on any of this, it is better for you to understand that this is what is happening in India, and you're now coming into the league of regulation. And it's there for that particular reason, it would be very important for you to be prepared for changes to come in. Here are the links for, again, all the different information that I've been sharing with you. So if any of you are interested, please, we're more than happy to provide a slide for this. That concludes my section 8.7 on the legislation. It was quite long, but it is very important that you understand. You will be questioned about legislation, EU directives, and what it stands for, and all the various importances of it in your exams. Let's move over to risks. There are several areas that I'm going to be covering, looking at the contaminated samples, processing and storage of sample known suspected to be contaminated with contagious agents, staff, how do you protect them, hygiene rules and regulations, protective measures, adverse events, backup strategies, and finally the troubleshooting. Some of this I would be repeating myself here, but we'll skip those if and when we come to that section. Risk assessment review is a mandatory to look at all the risks, as there are numerous risks, and you need to risk assess every aspect of both clinical and laboratory process. This includes staff numbers and competencies to deliver the complex treatments, availability of correct and adequate number of equipment to deliver the treatment, equipment validation and regularly serviced. If they are not, you should actually risk assess it, the suitability of it. Proper storage of medicine and culture media and all the consumables. Are you recording the temperatures in the fridge where you're storing this? And are the consumables stored in a very dry environment? Regular monitoring of key parameters. Is there a centralized monitoring system? If not, do you have controls where you monitor the temperatures, the oxygen levels, and the time that has been monitored, and also what are the various different aspects of that equipment that you're going to be looking at? Regular monitoring of the cryo storage tanks, i.e. the liquid nitrogen levels within a cryo storage tank. Looking outside of the cryo storage tank to ensure that there is no damage, because once there is a damage, you would lose your samples, and that is a risk, and there is a detrimental incident, a serious incident. Quality of the air was discussed earlier within the laboratory and OT, needs to be assessed. And effective communication, staff and patient, with staff and the patient, has to be documented if there are problems and complaints. Doctors, nurses, and laboratory staff also need to communicate with each other. If there are differences of opinion, you need to resolve that, and obviously it's very important for the final result to be properly delivered. Infection control is another area that you need to assess and make sure that infection controls are properly monitored. Seropositive patients, obviously we spoke about it and said that yes, everyone needs to be treated, and obviously it is necessary that you provide this treatment for most of those patients. Ebola and Zika virus patients, we ask them not to be treated for 6 months until they are tested positive. SARS patients get tested 2 days before the egg trigger is given, and if it's negative, they proceed. If not, they are told we will only proceed and freeze the oocytes or create an embryos and freeze those and transfer in the following cycle. It is important that the first option is to reduce risk before treatment. Screening all patients, counseling including the use of safe sex or condoms, and vaccination for unaffected partner for HPV. Guidelines have been published by ASRM in 2009, which provide directions based on the scientific principles and clinical experience for reducing the risk of virus transmission in couples seeking treatment for infertility. I would advise that all of you who are interested should go and read this particular document. There have been published results which appeared in AIDS 2007, which looked at the effect of treating a patient, whether HIV discoordinate couples would have poor safety and efficacy with the sperm washing, and whether they would result in any pregnancies. This table very clearly shows that there has been a good pregnancy rate right across all the treatment modalities, and you also If you look at the delivery, live delivery per couples, was very high in IUI, was the highest compared to the other areas, other treatment modalities. So it is effective, and obviously preparing a seropositive sample would be very important, and there are ways of doing that. The time doesn't permit me to go into that, but obviously it is just sufficient for me to say you should not refuse any treatment because of someone being positive. The processing of the processing of the sample needs to be done in a properly Eshre guidelines, following the Eshre guidelines of 2015, dedicated areas with proper equipment, with adequate safety measures should be followed. There should be temporarily batch or time days followed by disinfection. For example, currently with the COVID, we only we have spaced out the treatments so that it gives us time to clean the area that we are working, and only single patient treatment takes place at any given time. And obviously the incubators would be sort of dedicated where the infected samples would be kept. Again, the cryo storage tanks would be dedicated for positives. So looking at the data from the HFEA, they've shown that there were critical incidences with infection control in the 2018-2019. This data that we received allows the clinics to look at very closely as to what is happening and how we are going to be improving into various different aspects of making sure. So we have to have a proper waste management system in place, implement clear cleaning schedules, only use wipeable equipment and furniture, and launder linen regularly. Keep sharp pins closed when not in use. So this is very important that we follow all that very clearly. Looking at the storage consent as another risk area, which we fail to follow through properly, clinics must ensure that the conduct adequate audits of records relating to stored material, fully understand the regulations and requirements governing statutory storage periods and their extension. They take a robust action to address inconsistencies in storage records and take complete records of storage consent and of decisions related to discarding at the end of the storage. And again, here you can see that critical events have been recorded to be much higher. Areas, the staff protection is the next area that I'm going to be covering. We should remember that all body fluids should be treated as a potential risk and hazard. The clothing must be proper and correct, i.e. laboratory clothing, preferably low shedding material, powder-free, non-toxic gloves, hats and masks where appropriate, proper appropriate equipment, vertical class, floor class cabinets. And what is very important is the behavior of your colleagues and yourself within the laboratory. Care with needles and glass and sharps. You should have proper disposables, dispose them correctly and properly. There should be no drinking or eating within the labs. That is totally forbidden. And furthermore, no mobile phones should be permitted, as they would distract you from what you're doing. Here is just a diagrammatic representation. You need to have alarms which monitor you low levels of oxygen levels in the cryoprotecting rooms if you're working there. Inform your colleagues that you're working in a cryoprotecting room so that there's someone who can look after you if you don't come back in within a given period of time. There should be forced ventilation at the floor level. Cameras of visibility of panels in the door should also be present. A proper PPE, visor, gloves, and aprons are necessary. Talking about the aprons and proper correct PPEs, during the COVID, we had to go through and instruct all our staff to wear the correct PPEs. And I'm sure that all of you are now fully sort of comfortable wearing all the different things that one has to during the time of the COVID protection. This is something that we'll all continue to do as we move forward. And if you have been sort of wearing a mask for 4 hours, do change it. Don't keep on wearing it. Change your footwear before outside the room, during the filtration room, and going into the laboratory is something which is very important, as described in the diagram. But this can hinder the way you work and can influence the outcome. In the event of any injury, this should be logged as an incident in the risk register, and the injury needs to be investigated. Just in case, when we're looking at the problem, if there is an incident and one member of the team continually makes mistakes, but her father is the unit manager, so what do? You have to follow this chart that has been described here. You follow the proper identify an error, follow who should be responsible for it, and how it should be handled. So you basically look at where the problem lies. It's the management. So you look at the management problem. Have the mistakes been logged and competency checked, performed? If the competency have not been checked, check the records, offer retraining, and if no improvements, arrange meeting with human resources and consider redeployment. It has to be a teamwork. If there are mistakes, it has to be minimized. And you are actually should be the strongest link in the chain. You should not be the weakest link. Adverse events is something which I now like to focus on. Of the incidents that can be prevented is the processes, i.e. what we do in the laboratory. So if you don't have enough staff and there are not enough experts around, the results are not going to be what you would want them to be. They're going to suffer. This is a slide which shows that for every 100 to 150 cycles, you need 2 minimum embryologists in the lab who are properly trained and are competent to carry out. Any additional number of cycles that you increase more than 600, you need 1 more additional embryologist to ensure that there's enough staff to carry out the cycles that you've been the number of cycles that you carry out. HFA have come up with the incident histograms, and they divide the incidents in 3 types: grade A, grade B, and grade C. The grade A are the critical ones, the most serious ones. These are the ones where the type of incidents which happens infrequently, I should say, and this involves severe harm to one person, such as a death or being implanted with the wrong embryos, or major harm to many, such as frozen storage unit containing embryos of many patients failing. And that is a serious grade A. Grade B involves serious harm to one person, such as the loss or damage of embryos for one patient, or moderate harm to many, such as sensitive personnel data about more than one patient being sent to the wrong recipient. The grade C involves minor harm, such as one of the many eggs being rendered unusable in the laboratory. And then we have the near misses, an event not causing harm, but has the potential to cause injury or ill health. Of the 7,000, of the 75,000 cycles in 2018-19, there were 606 incidents, which represent 0.8% of all the treatment cycles. An increasing proportion of the incidents are grade B, although there were 2 grade A incidents as well. And this needed further investigations, and identification of what went wrong is something that all the clinics have to do. We have to report the incidents to the HFEA within 24 hours of it. Here are some examples of grade A incident, a case study. The incorrect gas cylinder was delivered and connected with embryos from several patients who got affected. So the key learning point from this one is that gas storage yard to be arranged to ensure specialist mixed gases are stored in separate areas and clearly labeled. All cylinders delivered should be checked on arrival and signed over for the over from the porter to the embryologist, and ensure that there is a procedure for attaching cylinders to the incubators, including a two-person check to ensure that a correct cylinder has been connected to the incubator. Incident case deals with the donor sperm processes was not verified by an embryologist at the point of preparing laboratory records, resulting in the wrong donor sperm being used. What are the learning points? The key learning points here were ensure all the sperm and eggs are assigned through an electronic patient management system, and operating procedures are audited every 6 months. All staff trained on the electronic patient management system have to be properly trained. Embryologists to review and pre-authorize use of the donor sperm. Equipment needs to be validated, and this is a typical form that one needs to fill out. You should all go back and look at whether you have any equipment validation forms. If not, try and see what can be prepared. Anyone interested, I'm more than happy to share this with them. And obviously, it would be a good practice to ensure that all your equipment are validated. You will be questioned about equipment validation in the exams. Another area is preventing incidents for witnessing purposes. Although manual witnessing was something that most of the laboratories used to follow through, and I'm sure that is what you do here in India, but due to COVID and social distancing, it was not possible. So electronic witnessing has now become a major issue. And the sales of these electronic witnesses in the UK has increased tremendously. It reduces the incidence of human error, reduces the impact of non-compliance during manual witnessing due to a huge number of steps, ensures choice of electronic system is best fit to the lab's way of working, or tracks patients, gametes, and embryos through IVF laboratory, reduces risks of mix-ups, and obviously allows you to monitor the traceability, who does what, when, stock control, batch records, and it also allows you to have a paperless records of what has taken place. On the market currently, there are two systems. One is an IMT where you have your tags, the barcoding tags, and which are assigned to a patient. Similarly, with the RI system, you have the RI sort of infrared monitoring system tags which recognize you, which you would have assigned to the patient. Looking at the adverse events, you need to go back to the root cause analysis. Why did the adverse event take place? And what happens to the patient? Learn from your mistakes. Key elements of the ISO annual review shows that you have to be very fair. There should be no fair, blame game. Always tell affected patients. Use to drive changes of improvement. You're looking at the provider accountability, and when you assess the as a root cause, you look at who is responsible, who requires, what are the injuries, explanation to the patient, does that lead to litigation, compensation, etc. But what would be very important, and I'm sure that you would have all learned that from Professor Arne's talk, that quality improvement allows you safe medicine delivery, prevention, quality of improvement, system improvement, and education. So overall, the health care of the patient is much better. This is a general explanation, but each incident needs to be analyzed and adverse events have to be addressed. So to conclude about the adverse incidents, we should have a documentation system in place which deals with the non-compliances, emergencies, errors, adverse events, and complaints. Connective and preventive actions must be in place. Implementation dates and assessment of the effectiveness should be documented. Under certain circumstances, a period of follow-up may be available to ensure adequacy of actions. Non-compliances should be discussed regularly and reviewed at least annually through vertical audits. And if you follow this, as per the Eshre guideline group on good laboratory practice, which was published in 2005, I think you would have achieved a lot. Moving to the last part of my talk, I know it's been quite a long talk, is the troubleshooting. We heard about the quality management, quality assurance, quality control and improvement from Professor Arne. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just going to focus on the KPIs and the importance of the KPIs in trouble. In 2017, Human Reproduction, Eshre Special Interest Group of Embryologists, Alpha Scientists and Reproductive Medicine published their findings as to what the key laboratory performance indicators should be and how we should calculate them out and how to use them in terms of our monitoring and troubleshooting in the laboratory if there is a problem. I would advise that most of you who are able to get this publication, it's worth reading it. It's freely available online. Go to the Human Reproduction Open and you'll be able to get this particular publication. I'd like to look at the KPIs for the ART laboratory. Let's look at the ICSI damage rate. The benchmark should be less than 5%. IVF normal fertilization rate should be more than 75%. Cleavage rate should be more than 99%. And similarly, blastocyst development rate should be more than 60%. So are we actually meeting these benchmarks? What do our figures tell us? And this is very important. What is very important also for us to do is have a control chart like this, where you're actually plotting each of those KPI values on a daily basis or daily month. Every month, this is what your findings have been. And based on this upper and lower limits, as soon as you start reaching the lower limit, there should be a problem identified before you reach below the control limits. At the same time, after you resolve this problem, you should see an improvement. If at all you get above the upper control limit, then you need to redefine your own limits. The KPIs need to be changed because you've been able to achieve a much higher KPI value. And this is where the root cause analysis, doing the vertical audits, will allow you to identify what is going wrong from the start of the patient coming into the laboratory and having those eggs being delivered to you, processed, fertilization, etc. What has changed? And why are you seeing this? So I think it's very important that you should all be able to do this without any difficulties. If you don't have these charts, I would recommend that you go ahead and set some of these charts because that would help you improve your results and overall performance of your laboratories will be much better. And to conclude my presentation, my take-home messages for you are: quality should be an inherent aspect of all the processes within the clinic and depends on a very robust quality management system. Quality should be an integral aspect and brought in all by the team, not only by the quality control manager. The application of any quality tool or technique without a plan, a framework, and long-term management vision will only ever provide short-term benefits. And errors observed must be seen as evidence of the system flaws, not character flaws, and should give opportunity for improvement opportunities. It is very important that the initial few number of cycles analyzed should show you if there is a drop in outcome, what you should do. there may be a need for a further investigation as many factors may be involved. So don't be frightened. Make sure that you understand the system and ask for help if there is a need for it. Thank you very much for your patience listening, and I very much hope that this conclusion allows you to improve on your own laboratories and look at various different aspects, different areas that I have touched, what Professor Arne has touched, and gives you an input into how to move forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation on risk, basically, which is actually not covered in many of the lectures. And this was a very important aspect of embryology, which I hope that everybody, all attendees, they must have really benefited by your lecture. Again, I would like to highlight, as far as the legislation is concerned, ART bill is now under consideration in Parliament, and all embryologists who are practicing in India, they need to follow all suggestions and regulations of ART bill. So that's why it is very, very important that Dr. Arne and Dr. Jain's lecture, which highlighted all sorts of requirement as far as the quality management and quality assurance is concerned, keeping the data, how to do the statistics and how to follow it up. Everything is very, very important as far as the ART bill is concerned. The bill is available, as Dr. Jayant had highlighted. It is available on the website at present, the Health Ministry website, and we are in the we are contacting. Actually, there are a lot of suggestions which we are at Indian Fertility Society we are going to give. So if they are included, then it will be better. So with this, I thank Dr. Jayant and Dr. Arne for delivering these two wonderful lectures as part of the curriculum. And now we will be moving on to the next step, because now in last 5 Sundays we have already finished the whole Eshre curriculum as far as the exam Eshre embryology certification and IFS certification is concerned. And I am sure that all of you have taken a lot of messages from these lectures, and they will really help you in improving your skills for day-to-day practice, as well as you will have a lot of knowledge for your Eshre and IFS certification. So with this, Professor Arne, you would like to add something here at this point of time? Dr. Jayant, you will like to add something, or should I move further?
I'm fine.
No, I think let's move further. One thing that I'd just like to add here is an apology to all the candidates for a poor presentation in terms of the work. You had difficulties listening to me, but that was something that I have difficulties projecting at this particular time. So my apologies and for bearing with us. I think, sir, we should move forward.
Yeah, no, it was, I think, really wonderful. Everything was clear, crystal clear, and very understandable. So don't worry on that. So we move on to the next very important exercise, which is the exams at the conclusion of this 5 weeks program. which will result into the IFS certification. Before that, I would like to I request Rajesh for projecting the logbooks we have received. Rajesh, can you share your screen? We have received a number of logbooks from all attendees, so we'll just project it here. And those who have not, who do not find, who have sent the logbooks and other required documents, and they don't find the name here in this list, they can directly contact Rajesh and just clarify about the covering letter as well as the documents. So Rajesh, can you share the, yes. So this is the list. I think almost this is one name here. We have not received your just wait, here, number 20. What is this name? Anbu Chayan.
Chejian.
Yeah.
Anbu Chejian.
Yeah. So we have received your covering letter and degree, but logbook is missing. Please contact Rajesh and just see, yeah, either you have to your logbook is not delivered, or you have to resend it again. There is one more name here, 23. Hajarimal, Indramal Hajarimal. We have received your logbook as well as degree, but covering letter from your supervisor is missing, so please send it. Can you move down? Yeah. So Manish Pandya, we have received your logbook, but covering letter is missing, so please send it. Yatin Verma, covering letter is missing. Anju Verma, covering letter is missing. So please send the covering letter from your the supervisor. So we have received 40 logbooks till now. People who have not, okay, so there are more, 54. Rest of the people have submitted, so we will be screening. These will be screened by Professor Abne and Dr. Jayan. And if there is any concern, we will be letting you know. So we can move ahead. Next is we have prepared a appraisal form. Whatever we have discussed in last 4 weeks. In last 5 weeks, I am thankful at this point of time to our all faculties who have really contributed a lot of knowledge and for the success of this preparatory course. So I am really thankful, though they are not here, but all three of us are really thankful to all my faculty who have really contributed for the success of this program. And I am sure all attendees, they must have realized how much hard work on the faculty side have gone into preparing this whole curriculum, and it was shared with all of you. But this has been our endeavor to improve the quality of course, and we will like all attendees to fill up the appraisal form for all faculties, and how was the content, how was the course, and but is there any suggestion? So, Rajesh, can you share the appraisal form? We will be giving 15 minutes to fill up that appraisal form, and then we move on to the exam, which will be for 1 hour. So, Rajesh, can you send the link?
Here itself.
Appraisal form.
Done, sir.
Okay, so I request all of you to fill up this appraisal form for faculty, and this is basically a feedback form from all attendees, and we will be going through your feedback very cautiously, and we'll try to take all suggestions or whatever feedback you are giving to improve our course. Dr. Jayant, you will like to say something at this point of time?
Yes, basically the reason for the appraisal form is to allow us to improve how you feel we can improve, and also if there were some shortcomings, how we can correct those. Please be fair in terms that don't worry if you didn't like the course or you didn't like your faculty. Be open because it allows us to bring faculties to you who can deliver the material that is required in a manner which will allow you to understand. So please feel free to criticize us. You don't have to say, yes, everything was fine. If there were problems, we'd like to answer those for you. And you have 15 minutes to complete this, after which we'll start the exams.
And Rajesh, can you share your screen with the instruction for examination so I can read in this time, during this time? So they are the instruction slide that you can just show here.
1 minute, sir.
I already shared it here.
All course material will be available on IFS website from 15 December onward for 1 month. So if you have missed any of the lecture, you can log on to the website. Password, it will be password specific. So password will be sent to all of you to assess the program and course material. These are some of the exam guidelines and instruction I am going to read. The exam has 60 multiple choice questions and is required to be completed within 1 hour. You will be provided the link shortly just before the exam, so you can open the link and start answering. The exam will start on time as per schedule. There is a countdown timer which starts as per schedule of the exam. It is visible on your screen when the exam is in process. As this exam is run virtually, the receipt of answer by the examiner will be blocked after 60 minutes. Ensure your name, email address, and contact details are completed and written very clearly. You can change any answer before final submission of exam. You can skip any question and get back to give answer before final submission of exam. Your exam will be submitted automatically after the completion of time. There is one more thing which I will like to highlight. There are few questions which are having more than one answer. Dr. Jain, how many are with more than one answer?
The questions 45 to question 60 have more answers. And it is stated in the exam, each question has that statement that this particular question has more than one correct answer.
Okay,
So therefore, make sure, therefore make sure that you read the question above that, which says this has more than one correct answer. So question number 1 to 44 have single answer. 45 to 60 have more than one correct answer.
okay. So, sir, how you are feeling now, Dr. Jayant?
Feeling still the same, sir. No improvement, but I think I just need to take it easy.
Yeah, so if you want to take rest, you can take. We'll just continue because and just after they finish the exam, you can just join for a few minutes. So
Sure. I will be around, sir. I'll be around. Thank you very much.
okay, thanks.
Sir, the link for the appraisal will close at 5:45 Indian time. So candidates need to complete those by that time, and automatically they would not be able to fill anything more.
So, Dr. Jain, there is one query the question which have more than one correct answer, are we supposed to identify both correct answers?
Then the answer is yes, you are supposed to answer both the correct answers. You would only be awarded marks per correct answer. It would be proportionate to your answering the question. For example, if you have one question which has three correct answers, then the 1/3 would be awarded for the correct answer in that. And that's how the calculation will be done.
Rajesh, link for appraisal is hung out, not working. Just check.
Sir, it's working fine.
Okay, so because this is the one query from Siddharth Jetli. So he needs to refresh it or what?
Just refresh the page because we are getting many messages in WhatsApp that they have submitted the appraisal form.
Yeah.
For those of you who have not been able to complete the appraisal form in time, we will give you another opportunity after the exams have finished to do that. So don't worry.
Yeah, there is another question like if we mark wrong in multiple choice question and also the correct answer, what will be the marking? So you will get the marking for the correct answer. There is no negative marking.
That's very true. It is important that you answer all the questions, even if you have to guess an answer, because there is no negative marking. So don't leave any blanks. The pre-Congress workshop exams that we did, there were several candidates who had not answered all the questions. So my suggestion is please make sure that you answer all the questions.
There is no negative marking here. So as Dr. Jayant has said that you need to mark all questions even if you have to guess. Okay, so don't leave any question unanswered.
The question from Ananta Lakshmi is about a multiple choice question. There's a correct answer and a wrong answer. If she, so you'll get marked for the correct answer. This is where you have more than one correct answer in the question.
Yes, it is. It is the same type of exam paper which the Eshre exam you will be having. So there will be multiple correct answers also and single answers also. So Rajesh, have you shared the link? It is already 5:45, I think. 5:43.
Not, sir. Not yet, sir. Waiting for the 2 minute more.
Okay. Okay, so this is a little some more information on final exams. Final exam is similar to one that you have already taken. 60 multiple choice questions to be completed in 60 minutes. A countdown clock at the top of the exam paper will alert you of the remaining time. The submission will be logged at the end of 60 minutes. Answer all the questions as there is no negative marking. Question 1 to 45 have single correct answer. Question 45 to 60 have more than one correct answer. Navigate between questions either by pressing skip or back buttons. Passing mark is 66%. This is very, very important. And all the best to all of you. Results will be emailed after 20th December 2020. IFS certification for the preparatory course requires complete the exam. Those who have not submitted logbook yet, they are allowed to submit by tomorrow positively, otherwise their logbook will not be considered. And you should have 90% attendance of the course. And IFS membership is mandatory for IFS certification. All candidates who have attended this course, they will get an attendance certificate at the end of today's program. So stay with us after the exam.
Thank you. Rajesh, can we start the link for the exam?
Sir, shared on the group and as well the Zoom chat.
Okay, fine.
So link is already open. You can start approach the link and you can start answering.
Thank you. We will be monitoring the question, and if you have any concerns, please bring it on question and answer, and we'll try and correct it for you.
हम्म।
तो बीपी का ब्रेक है फैन अभी वैसे ये
Rajesh. Rajesh. Saurabh.
Yes, sir. Saurabh this side.
At what time we are finishing?
Sir, by 6:30. No.
6:45.
Exam. 6:45. 6:45, sir.
6:45, na?
Yes, sir.
15 minutes somehow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
हाँ. अबे तुझे भी नहीं सुना?
It is going smooth.
Yes, sir. Some of them are facing the internet problem, but it's from their side, sir.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Kuldeep. At what time we are finishing?
Yeah, good evening. क्या हाल है?
Good evening. I thought I should join at the end.
Yes. Welcome. 5:45 we will be finishing exam,
Yeah.
and then we will be having feedback from the candidates, and we will wind up with the comments from everyone.
Oh, okay. Okay, good one.
And
So let them finish. Still 15 minutes are there, I think. Huh?
there. So it was quite good response this time. So all are almost 60 people are hardcore embryologists.
Good one.
That is good. And we have almost 54 logbooks also.
I see. Okay. It is a very good success, grand success rather. So slowly, gradually, we are improving every year.
Yeah.
Good one.
And
So
even Dr. Jayant is not well, still he is around only. So
I have seen Dr. Jayant. I said, oh my God, he's doing invigilation, I think.
I told him that he has to take rest, we will see. But he is still around. So see, he is having a lot of commitment to this program.
He's great, I think. He knows his responsibility. Absolutely. That is the thing.
So how is the preparation for tomorrow? all set.
You can, there is a long list and the PPT is coming for introduction. I said, yeah, 2 lines, name and where they are working. That's it to be spoken, because we should not kill time unnecessary.
management is very important. Time management.
Yes.
Good.
So that's what I'm asking to all chairperson and conveners.
नहीं ठीक ही है, ठीक होएगा. Let us see. Be good.
होना चाहिए. अब एक बार गाड़ी चल पड़े ना हमारी. हाँ, बड़ी मेहनत करिए. 2 महीने से लगातार लोग लगे हुए हैं. फाइनली.
But somehow मैंने यही देखा है कि
जी.
ऑनलाइन में मजा नहीं आता.
वर्चुअल में
मजा नहीं आ रहा. See, जो फिजिकल टच है ना,
वो चीज नहीं है. वो मजा कैसे आएगा?
people are logging in and just taking nap. You don't.
Yes, they are sitting in front of the computer or learning on it. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
don't see any response. Whatever you say, तो बड़ा मुश्किल है.
पता लगाना बड़ा मुश्किल है कि लोगों ने क्या सीखा. हमने इतनी मेहनत करी, सुना भी कि नहीं सुना. ये तो है.
ये जिनका जो मुंबई वालों का अभी ऋषिकेश वाला प्रोग्राम, but the outcome was you don't know. Nobody is satisfied. Basically,
Nobody is satisfied. ये तो आज अभी मैं देख रही हूँ कि एक रेशमा ने मुझे भी सर्टिफिकेट भेजा हुआ है कि ज्वाइनिंग दैट वर्ल्ड.
it is not giving the जो physical conferences में होता है, चाहे छोटी हो, attendance कम हो, but it should be.
वो चीज नहीं है. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. आराम है कि आप घर बैठे देख रहे हो, कर रहे हो, लेकिन सिंसियरिटी कितनी है. लोग देख भी रहे हैं कि नहीं, सुन भी रहे हैं कि नहीं सुन रहे. इट इज
attention span बहुत पुअर होता है ऑनलाइन में.
मुझे लगता है. अब देखो अगले साल का फिजिकल हो पाएगा कि नहीं हो पाएगा. आई डाउट. देखते हैं क्या होता है.
पहले तो फ्यूजन है. फ्यूजन हम तो परेशान हो रहे हैं.
फ्यूजन होगी. आई डोंट थिंक फ्यूजन होएगी डॉक्टर कुलदीप.
नहीं, अप्रैल में हम कॉल लेंगे ना.
अच्छा.
Kuldeep sir.
छोड़ा हुआ है. हेलो.
Kuldeep sir, sorry to interrupt, but someone is saying that please talk slowly. It's been disturbing for exam.
Oh no, we are mute. Okay, sorry. So sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Please make sure that you have completed the entire exam by answering all the questions and you're not skipped. It's in your interest to answer all the questions.
His link is still open. Hello, sir.
The link is still open. I told Rajesh to let us know when it locks.
Yes, sir. It's still open, sir.
Just a quick reminder to all candidates, make sure you complete the entire question paper. Don't leave any questions unanswered. There is no negative marking.
Time is over now.
Okay.
Thank you. The exam papers would have been locked now, so you would not be able to submit anything. And we hope that you found the exam very fair and understood each and every question. Because obviously, once we start marking them, we will come to find out. But I'm sure with the deliverance of the course material that we have over the last 5 days, weeks, I should say, a lot of material was delivered to all of you. And as I said in the start, that we are here to help you if you need any more help understanding how to proceed with the Eshre exams. Thank you very much for participating. I'll ask Dr. Kuldeep to take the platform now.
Okay, so thank you everyone for being part of this very important and very useful program. And I am sure that everyone has really gained a lot of knowledge apart from appearing in the exam. A lot of knowledge from your from all lectures, and that will really help in you preparing the further and upgrading yourself. There are few announcements which I would like to make. As I have already announced that the logbook submitted and all papers submitted will be screened by Dr. Jayant and Dr. Arne. The result will be on the IFS website by 20th December. So you can log in on IFS website to check your result. If there is any change in the result announcement, then certainly we will be informing you. Those who have missed few lectures, whole course material will be available on IFS website for 1 month starting from 15th December. So you can log in and again assess these lectures. This will be available for 1 month and then it will be removed from the website. So we are coming to end. Before we end, I will request some of the delegates to share their comments if they want to share. Rajesh, can they share the comments if they want to? On audio, if they want to share a few comments regarding the course or anything, whether this was useful or not, they can share. Rajesh?
Before that, I would like to congratulate all
Yes, sir, they can.
participants who have taken part in this exam, and I want to congratulate Dr. Arne Sunde and Dr. Jayant Mehta for their with hard labor, and Dr. Kuldeep has been guided how to take the action on this. It is a real effort, and I think we are doing so well that I have seen that nearly 90 people are joined. So it is a very good one, even though Dr. Jayant, you were not well, but still you are you have taken the task. Thank you so much for it. Thank you.
No, it is a teamwork, ma'am. Thank you very much. Sir, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Dr.
Kuldeep, sir. Kuldeep, sir, unmute yourself.
Yeah,
That's
Dr.
better.
Arne, your comment. Arne,
I would like to say something to the delegates that if anyone wants to give comments, they can raise their hand. There's the option of raise hand in the chat box. Then we'll answer their questions. Allow them to speak.
Professor Arne, I want to hear something from you.
Yeah, it's a general comment. I've seen some of the delegates also comment on that too, that it's much better to have it online. Although we don't meet, which is a positive thing, but I think we also experienced the same thing as Eshre did previously, that bringing it online reaches a much wider audience. So I guess this is for the future, COVID or not.
Yes.
One thing that I would like to add here, if I may, those delegates, those candidates who enjoyed this course, please spread the word to your colleagues, to your friends, expressing what you thought of the course, and make sure that they join the next course that we're going to be conducting soon. So you can be our mouthpiece, telling them whether you enjoyed it or not. But I'm sure that they too can benefit from this platform where we're trying to disseminate all the information, the most recent information that all of you can benefit from.
Yeah, and we will be giving the certificate, attendance certificate to everyone, all attendees. Normally, when in physical meeting, usually we call all attendees in person and hand over the certificates of attendance. Either Dr. Arne gave or Jayant Mehta or myself. But because this is all virtual, so I request Rajesh to show the certificate, and you will be getting the certificate link. You can download your certificate with your name and everything. So Rajesh, can you show? So this is the certificate you are going to get. Rajesh will be putting the link, sending the link on your group, and you can download the certificate from your link.
Sir, 2-3 attendees want to say something. So can we allow?
Yeah, you can allow. You can allow them.
Okay, sir.
Please.
Dr. Palnitkar, you can say something.
Hello, sir. Saili here. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, Kuldeep sir, Jain sir, and Arne sir, for organizing such a wonderful, informative thing for us. It was very nice to learn new things, refresh certain things, and definitely it is easy to cope up because we are in the field where research plays very important role, and sometimes in a corporate world when we are working we just lose the touch of what is happening, and then it is difficult for us to cope up. But this course has bridged that gap, and I would personally like to thank everyone, every team member, for just giving us a knowledge and keep us updated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. From where you are?
Sir, I'm from Pune. Uh, I'm working as a chief embryologist in Cloud9.
Great, great.
So
Why?
when I completed my master's in Monash, it was research oriented and we learned many things. But then we just lost the touch in the research. But because of this course, we could get the handpick of certain important things which we should know. So thank you, sir,
Great.
for such a wonderful effort.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone, any other attendees want to?
Yes, sir. There is Dr. Manish Pandya.
Yeah, Manish.
Hello.
Yes, Manish.
Yes. Namaskar, Kuldeep sir, Jayan sir, Arne sir, and Sudha madam. Thank you, IFS, for giving this wonderful feast of knowledge. Yes, Kuldeep sir, I know that virtual platform is not good. People are sleeping sometime. But see that there are some people, those who are ready to listen. So those who won't take the advantage of knowledge, they can take. And Dr. Jayant is a representative of mine town, Surendranagar. So I am based at Surendranagar, Gujarat. And every time from the starting of meeting to the end, I will post one photo to him that I am not sleeping. So it is a fantastic journey. We are taking everything feast at our home. And you see, nowadays in private practice, we lose to read. The touch of reading is lost. So this everything you had scheduled in this module, from starting of cell biology to the you see a guideline and everything. So that is fantastic. While giving exam, we know that how much we can get refreshed from this knowledge. So thanks again to IFS, Dr. Kuldeep, Dr. Talwar. Talwar has represented very beautifully. Everything is narrated very fantastic. All the lectures of Dr. Gaurav and Sakshana Gada is everything is fine. So we are very happy and we are thankful to IFS for giving such new wonderful idea of virtual teaching. And all the best from tomorrow onwards, IFS conference. And thank you very much again for making it free for IFS member. So we all can enjoy the feast of IFF knowledge, and we can have a lots of workshop from tomorrow onwards. There is lots of workshop and everything is very planned. I must congratulate the audio visual team or your communication team, because they had provided the login ID which will work for only one purpose. Today we have faced certain problems because of internet, and that is not default in your part, but we have got very low connectivity in remote area. But thanks, we are able to complete the exam. And some questions, they might be we are writing something and internet is taking something. So that is the hazard we have to face because of internet. So thank you very much, Dr. Arne sir, Dr. Jayant sir, Dr. Kuldeep, Dr. Sudha madam, Dr. Sonia Malik, Dr. Pankaj Talwar, and Dr. Neena. Everybody has arranged a beautiful program. And Dr. Jayant sir, we will propagate this your method of conveying that lot and more people will enroll in this type of program. And all the success, all the best to all those who want to give Eshre exams like me in this virtual board in July. So thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Rajesh sir, for connecting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Manish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manish. What is very important, a point that you raised, which is very critical to other candidates. Those of you who are going to be taking the exam next year, is going to be virtual exam. So please make sure that your connectivity is proper. Otherwise, you will face the same problem that you face today. So if you are planning to take the exams next year, which I'm sure most of you will be, make sure that your internet connectivity is properly assessed, risk analyzed, like that I said, so that you don't get stuck. But it's very important that this message be sent to each and everyone. And thank you very much for your kind words, Mr. Manish, Dr. Manish Pandya.
Saurabh, anyone else?
Sir, no one else, but we would like to announce that we have shared the certificate link in the chat box of Zoom, and we have shared in the WhatsApp group also. So we request all of them to click on the link and they can download the certificate through Google Drive.
Okay. At the end, I will like to thank the concept team. They have worked really very hard I think both exams they conducted very nicely, and there was not much problem which we were expecting. The appraisal form were also prepared, and I think overall we are very happy. And I must congratulate Ashish, Manisha, Rajesh, and Saurabh for giving me uninterrupted services. So thank you very much. I request before we part, I request Professor Arne, Dr. Sudha, and Dr. Jayant to say one line, and then we can part with for the next year.
Sir, sorry to interrupt again. There is one more doctor who want to speak, Dr. Latha S. So can we allow?
Please, yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Latha, you can speak now.
Hello,
Yes.
Hello.
can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Your voice is breaking.
It's actually a very good course, the embryologist. Now, most of the clinical, I've learned more about the clinical side also, sir. And can you hear me, sir?
Dr.
Yes.
Latha, your voice is breaking.
I think her internet.
You
Hello?
can do one thing. You
Can
can
you hear me now, sir?
say.
You can write your question.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear. Yes,
Hello?
yes. Yeah.
Dr. Latha, if you can hear us, you can say something in the chat box because your voice is breaking. So meanwhile, we are allowing Dr. Ashwini Godra, sorry.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. I'm Dr. Ashwini. I'm a gynecologist by profession, but I have been doing a lot of lab work from past 2 to 3 years, more of practical experience, and have been observing all the senior embryologists and all that. And when I came across this course, I immediately registered just to see and imbibe whatever from basics. I must say that the course is very well thought of, very well done, and also very exam oriented. I would definitely be telling all my embryologists and people I know to participate in this course, whether they apply for the exam or not, because it's a wholesome thing. It is well covered on all the areas that embryologist needs to know. So thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Kuldeep. Thank you, Dr. Sudha. Thank you, Dr. Jayant. You're so diligent observing all the chats, answering them. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Arne. Really appreciate the fact and the way that you are imparting knowledge. And this is an area where this was needed. Embryology was an area where we needed this to happen. And thanks to IFS for organizing it and making it official and have a platform for it. Thank you so much. Highly appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are a lot of messages in the chat box and saying thanks to Dr. Jayan, Professor Arne. So thank you very much for appreciating the course. If there are any lacunae, again you can reach to us so we can improve on that. With that, I think it is time to say goodbye to everyone. Dr. Jayan, if you want to say something, you can add Professor Arne, because I am missing both of you in Partivision.
A virtual hug to everyone.
Evenings we will be certainly missing. Apart from academics, the connect which was always there, so that we will be certainly missing.
I would just like to say just few things which I feel is very important. Yeah. Some in the chat boxes we have had questions when the exam results would be delivered. The exam results will be delivered after the 20th of December. The reason behind that is we need to compile all the exam papers, go through those, and it will be verified by Professor Arne and Dr. Kuldeep, just to make sure that we are fair to everyone. So it takes that much time, but it would not be before 20th of December. That's point number one. Point number two, obviously we need to check all your logbooks, and if there is a discrepancy, we will advise you what you should be doing and what you should not be doing. And that again takes time, so there's the reason for the delay. And finally, what I would like to say is thank you very much for attending this course. It is without your support, this course would not have been as successful as it appears to be, but we want it to be even more successful. And what I would like to ask all of you present here is that your journey doesn't stop here. Your journey will continue, and we will be there behind you, helping you, holding your hand, guiding you in each and every step, but also expecting you to take the lead, because you are the ones who are going to be delivering the work in your own clinics for the patients in a safe environment and in a dedicated manner which is required. So be the strongest link in your team. Don't be the weakest link. And with that, I thank Dr. Sudha Prasad for supporting us for this particular program. It's been without your support and without IFS support, it's not been possible. And I can't fail, there's not enough words to thank Professor Arne, who actually brought the course to India and made it possible for all of us to deliver it to the Indian fraternity of embryologists and to bring them to that level, which is very important to be recognized. And of course, Dr. Kuldeep Jain, who spearheaded it for us right from the start. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all attendees. We will take leave from all of you. If there is anything else which you want to convey to us, you can approach to the mail which you have been sending. This group will also be active till tomorrow. So if there is anything which you think that is missing, you can post your messages on this group. This group will be discontinued on Monday.
Can we just request Professor Arne to have the last word?
Yes.
First of all, I miss to be in India with good friends early December, which has been the case for many, many years. So it's certainly been a tradition. Hopefully we will be back again. But secondly, I would say to the delegates, I wish you all the luck. And those of you who intend to take the Eshre exam, continue reading, continue to prepare for the exam. It will be approximately on the level that you've been exposed to now, but you tend to forget things. So please continue reading, use the material you had from this course, and I wish you best of luck next year if you try the Eshre exam, which will be online, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Where were you today? You were not seen. Manisha, I can't see you.
Manisha is...
So I was off, but the camera was off, but I was on those.
I know. So now I can see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure, like always.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, sir.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you very much for
Dr. Anand.
all the support. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha.